Hey guys, welcome to another tutorial on my channel. Today we are going to build this beautiful portfolio website which is completely responsive. As you can see, there's a navbar on top which is sticky. When I try to scroll down, a box shadow is added to the bottom. For this home section, there is an image on the right with animated circle. When I hover on it, we can see the name, job title, and also a button which will navigate to the contact section. For the left side, if I reload the page, we can see that each text slides up in order. And there are some links to view the projects and also about me. And if I click on this scroll, it will navigate me to the about section, which has this beautiful reveal effect. And this reveal effect is also available for the next sections. Here we have an image on the left and some biography on the right. Next, we have the skill section, which has this beautiful animation for these progress lines. And notice that we have an active link for each section. If I scroll down, we can see each link becomes active based on a section. Here we have some cards which contains an image, and if I hover on it, we can see the description. It also has a title and a link. Next, we have this testimonial with a slider, which we can change the slides. And next one is the contact section. For this form, we have some validation. For example, if the user tries to submit a form with empty fields, these errors happen. Let me refresh the page to get rid of these errors. If I click on one of these fields and type nothing, then click outside, we also have an error. But as soon as I start typing, the error goes away for better user experience. As I said, it's completely responsive. For the menu, we can see the links which covers the whole screen, and everything looks nice. I didn't use any library because I want to show you how to do this stuff easily. And don't worry if you are beginner, because I'm going to explain step by step to make everything clear. This project will level up your skills in React, such as working with different React hooks, animations in React, React forms, and more. So without any further, let's jump in. To start our project, I already created a folder named it Portfolio Website. Now let's create our project. So in the console, I type this command, npx create React app and dot. I added this dot because I want to create this project in this folder, not in the install folder. I hit enter, and we have to wait a little bit until the installation completes. Okay, great, the packages are installed. Now we need to do a cleanup. So in order to do that, in the source folder, I delete some of these files which we don't need. Also in the public folder, let's delete these files. In the index.html, let's remove this part and also this part. For the title, you can type your name. And in the app.js, I don't want this header. Let's type hello world for now. And for the class name, I don't need it. Let's get rid of this logo. In the index.js, let's remove this part. I don't need it, and also let's remove this too. Let's go to up the CSS and remove everything. Now let's start our project. Okay, we have a hello world for now, which is okay. And let me open this side by side. About the fonts, I use Josephine Sans for most of the part, which is available in the Google Fonts. So let's type fonts.google.com in the URL and search for Josephine Sans. Okay. Let's add 400 regular, 500, 600, and 700. Now let's add another font, which is Options. Let's select 400, 500, 600, and 700. I use this link, but we can import it. Let's go to index.html and paste it above the title. Okay. I pause the video and run the final project in another server so I can explain better and make everything more clear. Let's make a little bit bigger the browser. Now in the app CSS, I want to add our general styles. In the root, I'll define some variables which we need them in different parts of our project. First one is bg-dark, which the color is 0f141e. Next one is bg-light, and the color for this is f9, f9, f9. The next one is our dark color, which is actually RGBA. The first one is 15, 20, 30, and for the alpha 0.8. And the last one is danger color, which is a red color, and the X color for that is EA4343. Now we add asterisk and before and also after. Let's zero out the margin and the padding and set the box size into border box. I want to have a smooth scrolling. If I have a look at our final project, if I try to navigate, we have a smooth scrolling. So to add them, I select HTML and set the scroll behavior to smooth. In the body, let's set the font family to Josephine Sans. For the fallback font, we use sans serif. The color will be black. Instead of 6 characters, I use 3 of them because they are all the same. Font size 16 pixels. Font weight 500. And for the line height, it will be 1.5. Now I add a container class, which the max width will be 1200 pixels. In our final project, we have a container which exists in all the sections. In the UL, I removed the bullet points. For the anchor tags, I removed the underline by setting the text decoration to none, and the color will be black. The P tags has a margin up and bottom 10 pixels, left and right 0, and font weight will be 500. All the headings H1 through H6 has a font family of Josephine Sans, and fallback will be sans serif. Next class is reveal, transform, translate in the y-axis 200 pixels, opacity 0, transition all 2 seconds is. I will explain this class in a second. Next one is show, which will transform, translate in the y-axis 0 pixel and opacity 1. Basically, these classes are for the sections which has a reveal effect. Let me refresh this page to see this class, how it works. If I scroll down, these sections are initially hide by setting the opacity to 0 and they are 200 pixels down. But when I scroll to a specific spot, for example here, they become visible and come up. I hope that's clear. Our next class is the grid 1. Grid, I set the display as grid and grid template columns 3F4, 4F4. Justify content, space between, align items, center, and have a gap of 40 pixels. For the height, 100%, and padding, top and bottom, 40 pixels, left and right, 0. This grid class applied to the sections, for example, our skills. Let me show in the console. The left part has a 3 fraction and the right side is 4 fraction. So we use this grid for these sections. Continue our styles. I'll add an active class and set the color to var -- danger color. The active class is for the active links. When we scroll down, each section has its own active link, which the link becomes red. The next class is scroll top, which is the back to top button here, and the position is sticky, bottom 20, right 20, and c-index 100. And last but not least is our media queries, which the max PS is 768 pixels. We want to target the body and set the text line to justify. Next one is the grid. For the grid template columns, we set it to 1 fraction. Now it's time to create our components, and to start, I will create a new folder inside the source folder for our components, and inside the components I will create another folder for our navbar, and inside the navbar I will create 2 files. First one will be navbar.js6, and for its style, a new file name will be navbar.module.css. I use module CSS in order to have unique classes. And inside the navbar, let me close the app CSS, we don't need it anymore. I type RAFCE in order to have a basic component. And if you wonder why it works, because I have an extension which is ES7. If you type it and look for it, you will find it, which is this one. It has different comments that you can read the document for more. Let's import our styles, which is navbar.module.css, and it's empty for now. Inside of that div, I want a header, and the class name for this header is styles.header. Now I want a nav tag, which the class will be styles.navbar. Now I want a container and another div which will wrap all the navbar, and the class name for this is styles brackets quotation navbar dash wrapper. I use the brackets because this class has a dash in between, and we can normally we can use it simply like the other class names, so we have to use brackets. Now I want three divs, which the first one will wrap our logo, the second one will be for the links, and the third one will be for our hamburger icon. For the first div, I want an anchor tag, which the link will be index.html. Inside this A tag, we have our image, which the source will be in the images logo.png. And for the alternative text, we can add your name. I will follow our final project. And next to the image, we need a div which will wrap this text. I want to add the class name for this A tag before I forgot. And this is styles.logo. And for this div, we have a class name which is styles brackets logo inner. Now I want two spans, which the first one will be for the name and second one will be for the job title. The first one has a class name which is styles.top, and the text inside will be Patrick Anderson. For the second span, we have a class name of styles.bottom, and the text will be web developer. Spans are inline tags, so in order to put the second span in the next line, we have to put a BR tag here. Or actually, let me comment it out and import this component in the app.js so we can see what we have so far. So let's import Navbar and add it here. Let's see. And yeah, this is what we got so far. And for some reason, our logo is not showing up. And that's totally my mistake because I forgot to add these images. So let's quickly do that. Inside the public folder, I will create a new folder for our images, and I will just copy them and paste them here. Okay, our image is now showing up. Let's add our BR tag here, and this is for the text we have so far. Now it's time to add our links. So in the second div, I will add the class name, which the class name is styles, and inside the brackets we have Navbar links. And inside this div we have a UL tag, and inside the UL we can create our links manually, just like this, but to avoid duplication I want to create a new component for our links. But before then I want to create an array of objects in order to map through them. So outside the component, I will name it navlinks or navbar links. This array contains different objects for our links. Each object has an ID, which the first one will be home, and the second property, the key will be label, and the value will be home. We have to repeat this for our other links, and I want to do it quickly because I don't want to waste your time. Let's now create a new component for our links. So inside the Navbar folder, I will create a new folder, name it Navbar links, and inside this folder I will create a new file with the same name. And inside this component I type rafce. I don't want to return a div, instead I want to return an li tag, and inside an anchor tag. I leave it as it is for now because we need to pass some props to it. We back to our Navbar.js6, and inside the UL tag I want to map through these nav links inside the UL. So let's do it. Curly braces, nav links dot map, open parentheses, and for the parameter I give it a link, and I want it to render our Navbar links. So make sure to import it. Let's close this tag. And for the key, I want to set the ID as our key. So link.id. Now you might think that you could use the label as our key because they're unique. And you're totally right, but in this case, we need to add these IDs because we need them for the href attribute for the A tags and also for our active links. So we need this ID in our array. Now let's add the href. I want to make it dynamic, so let's add backticks, a hash symbol, and a $sign, and curly braces. And inside, we want to access the link.id. Next one is our label, which is link.label. And now we have to pass these parameters as prop to our Navbar links, because if I save it, nothing works. So let's add them here. Here is the href and the label, and to make this href dynamic, we need to pass it here. And for the text inside, this will be label. Let's save, and there we go. These are our links. Let's back to our Navbar JSX and do the last div, which is our hamburger menu. So for this, the class name will be styles brackets title button. Inside I want 3 spans, which each span has a class of styles.line. Now let's start the styles. For the header, the position will be sticky because it's always at top whenever we scroll, and the index will be hundreds. Our Navbar has a height of 5.5 gram. The width will be 100%. Background color white. Transition top 0.3 seconds. Ease in out. And another transition for the box shadow, which we will add in a second. It's also 3 seconds. Ease in out. Navbar dot scroll. We have box shadow, not box sizing, but box shadow. For offset x0, offset y 2 pixels, and blur 4 pixels, and the color will be RGBA, which is 000, and for alpha 0.1. This box shadow is actually, and this scroll class will be applied when we try to scroll down, and we can see this box shadow. The next class is Navbar wrapper. The display is flex. Justify content, space between. Align items, center. And the padding, top and bottom 10 pixels, left and right 0. Let's save. And there we go. By the way, if you wonder why these links are in the center and not on the right side, because we set the justify content to space between, is because we have 3 divs. Remember, the last one is our hamburger menu, which is not visible right now, but it will be once we style them. Our navbar is supposed to have some paddings on the sides because we added a container, but it doesn't work. Let me check the class in case I didn't misspell it. It's right, but maybe in the app CSS. Oh, you know what? I forgot to add the rest of the style for the container. We need to center the content, so margin left, auto, and margin right, auto. We set the overflow to auto as well, and we have some padding, top and bottom 0, left and right 20 pixels. Let's save, and there it is. Sorry for that mistake. Let's continue our styles. Now for the logo, I want to display it as flex, and color will be black. Let's decrease the size of the logo. So I will target the image inside the logo and set the width to 65 pixels. Let's save. Now it's a little bit better. Now for the spans, for the top. Font size will be 1.2 RAM, and font weight will be 900. That looks better. For the bottom, we need a little letter spacing, which is 3.7 pixels. And there it is. And let's move it to the right side so we have a little gap in between. The classes, logo, inner, and margin will be auto 0 pixels, auto 10 pixels, and that's good. And now for the links, the class is Navbar links, display, flex, justify content, it's actually flex end, width will be fit content, and for the UL, which is inside the Navbar links, we want to display them as flex and the line items center. Let's save, and there it is. Now for each LI, I want to have a margin on the left. So let's target them. Navbar links, UL, LI, margin left, 2.2 RAM. Now for the tags, Navbar links, UL, LI, A, the color will be black, font size 1.188 RAM, and add a transition to the color 0.3 seconds and save. When we hover over the links, I want the color change. So Navbar links, UL, LI, A, hover. The color will be bar dash dash danger color, and let's save and see the effect. Now for our hamburger menu, which the class is toggle button, I want to display them as flex, flex direction, column, justify content, space between, width will be 25 pixels, and height will be 20 pixels. And change the cursor into a pointer. Now for each span, which has a class of line, let's decide now. So toggle buttons, line, set the width to 100%, height to 3 pixels, background color to black, add a transition, not transfer but transition. For the transform, 0.3 seconds, opacity 0.3 seconds. I actually missed the first one. Okay. And background color will be 0.3 seconds as well. Now we add a new class which is open and line. This class doesn't exist yet in our components because it will be dynamic. So let's style it. Background color will be white, and that's all for this. Now we want to turn this hamburger icon into a close icon. So in order to do that, let's access to each span individually. The first one is line and child 1. For transform, we want it to rotate minus 45 degree. And for the translate, minus 6 pixels and 6 pixels. I'll copy it because we need it for the last one. But before, let's choose the second child and set the opacity to 0. And the third child will be line and child 3, which we paste the transform, and we wanted to have a rotate of 45 degree, and translate will be minus 6 pixels and minus 6 pixels. Now let me explain this open class and this size. When we, let me make it smaller. When we click on the hamburger menu, it turns into a close icon, and the color changes into white from black. And that's the reason why we add this here. Now we want to add the media queries in order to make it responsive. So add some media screen, and max width will be 890 pixels. I want a navbar for smaller screens, covers the whole page, horizontally and vertically. Now for links, I want to set the position to fixed. And instead of typing manually the top, left, right, and bottom, I want to use a shortcut which is insert. And I want to set all the directions, top, left, right, and bottom to 0. It works like padding a margin. You can use one value instead of 4 if they are all the same, or top and bottom 0, for example, and left and right to 20, but they're all 0, so I only use one value. I set the justify content to center and flex direction to column. Also line items, center, and background color will be black. Set the width to 100% and max height 0. Set the z-index to 999 and make sure to add it for the toggle buttons. Let me see. Oh, I didn't. Let's add it too, because we want our toggle to appear, otherwise it doesn't work if we don't add this z-index. Set the overflow to hidden and add a transition to max height, which is 0.3 seconds, and easing out. Now for the UL, let's justify content center, flex direction into column, padding 0, and margin 0. For the LIs, UL LI, let's set a margin top and bottom 10 pixels, left and right 0. And for the links, Let's change the color to white and add a transition. The color 0.3 seconds. And lastly, we will add a class which is show, and the max height will be for these 400 viewport heights. Let's back to our component. And that was all the styles for our Navbar. We can have a look at it. If I make it smaller, we can see that links goes away, and this is it for now. Let's continue. At the moment, we have our links and the menu icon at the same time, which is not something that we want, obviously. Normally, we have the links for bigger screens and menu icon for smaller screens. To show our menu icon, we need to use state. So let's do it together. Const window width set window width, and we use state, and make sure to add it. And inside the user state, we want to add window dot inner width. The window is the window object in the browser, and it has different properties, which one of them is inner width. The inner width, what it does, it basically represents the width of the browser. Now let's show our menu conditionally. Curly braces, window width less than and equal to 890 pixels, and only if it's true we want to render and show our icon. As you can see, our icon disappeared because the screen width is bigger than 890 pixels, and if we resize, it's not showing up. And why is that happening? The reason is, just by adding the state, it doesn't automatically update the width of the browser. If I try to resize the browser, our links definitely show up because of the CSS, but our icon is not showing anymore. To show and hide our menu, we need to update our state. And one way of doing that is using useEffects. So here, useEffect, and make sure to import it. Inside, we have an arrow function, curly braces, and an empty array for our dependencies. Inside the useEffect, I want a function which I'll name it handle resize. What it does, it will update our initial state, and we need to pass window dot inner width. Now we add an event listener to the window, which the event is resize, and we pass our function, which is handle resize, as a parameter to it. For the return, I want to remove the event listener, so I just copy it and paste it here. Instead of add, I'll type remove. For the dependency, make sure to add window width to make sure that it always works. Let's save and see what we got. If I try to resize it, oh, it doesn't work. It works. If I try to make it bigger, our links show, and for a smaller, we have our menu icon. Great. Each link will navigate us to its section. For example, if I click on About link, it will go to About section, and it's same for all the links. In order to make it happen, we need to add an on-click event. Here I add it. On click, we want a function, we shall name it handle section click. Let's create this function. Const handle section click. As a parameter, I add an event. It's an arrow function. To prevent sending HTTP requests, I will add an prevent default toggle event. Now we want to access to this href. So to do that, I want to store it in a constant. We shall name it section ID. And here we have events. Inside this event, there is a target method, and inside we can access to get attribute, which this attribute is href. And I want to add a substring and put a 1 here. This substring actually will remove the hash for each href. For example, if our link ID is home or about or any of them, this substring method will remove this hash. I hope it makes sense. We need to access to each section, so I'll create another variable, name it section document dot get elements by ID, and we pass our section ID here. That's why I added before. Now we need to check with if statement and section. If this section exists, I want the Navbar height, which I can access with document.querySelector, and we want to select the nav tag, and we want the offset height, and section top, section offset top minus navbar height. Now we need the window and one of the methods, which is scroll to. For the top, we want section top, and we want the behavior to be the smooth. If you remember, we already added the smooth scrolling in our app.css file, but that doesn't work for our nav links. If you want this effect, we need to set it here. Now let me explain this if statement. Since we don't have any section here, I'll switch the tab. If I click on one of these links, the navbar will stop right at the beginning of the section, on top of the section. That's because we did this calculation here. I mean here. If we don't minus the section offset top with navbar height, like here, if we do it like this, the navbar would pass the top of the section, and the content of each section would go under the navbar. In this case, our navigation would be something like here. Let me explain this if statement. Since we don't have any sections here, I'll switch the tab. And if I click on any of these links, the link will navigate me to the specific section that it belongs to. And the navbar will stay on top of the section, right at the beginning of the section. And this is the reason we did this calculation. If we don't minus the section offset top with the navbar height, the navbar will pass the top of the section, and the content of the section will go under the navbar. For example, if I remove this part. In this case, the navbar for our about section, the navbar will be somewhere like here. And if we didn't have this padding on the top, this title would go under the navbar. So we need to do this simple calculation in order to navigate to the specific spot. I hope that makes sense. Now I want to show the classes for our links and the toggle button conditionally. When the width of the browser gets smaller, our links disappear and this toggle button shows up. I want to add a click event on this toggle menu, so whenever I click on it, the links will show up and this hamburger icon will change into a close icon, since we already added the style. So to do that, I will add another user state right below this one. Const and array structuring. First elements will be show links, and second one set show links, and user state. Now for the class names. First one for this div, I surround it with backticks. The dollar sign, and let's close it here. We always need this class and another one, which is we add our show links state, and if it's true, I want to apply the styles dot show, otherwise nothing. We added this show class earlier in the Navbar module CSS in the media queries. Now let's do the same for our menu. So backticks, let's run this, a dollar sign, and another one. We put our state, and if it's true, I want a style, the open class, otherwise nothing. We also added this open in our style, and what it does, it basically changed the hamburger icon into a close icon. Now we need one more thing, which is on-click event. I'll name the function toggle links. To create this function, I will add this here, const toggle links. It's an arrow function. Let's add set show links, and for the value, we add an exclamation mark and show links. So our state is initially false, and when it updates, it becomes true. Let's save that and switch back to our main tab. Click on the toggle icon, and nothing works. So we have a problem here. If I click, the click event is working because the hamburger icon is turning into a close icon, and the color is obviously changing into white. So the event is working, but our links is not showing up. Let me check the class name, maybe I misspelled something. No, it's definitely right. But now for our style. It seems to be okay. Our width, our height, z index. Oh, you know what? I accidentally typed max width instead of max height. Yeah, that's the problem. Because we initially set the max height to 0, and when we add this show class, the max height will be 100 VH. Let's save it and try again. And yeah, this is our links. Sorry about that, mistakes happen. Okay, let's make the browser a little bit to show our links. We have another class which is responsible to add a box shadow, and this one here. When we scroll down, notice that we have a box shadow under the navbar. So let's add it too. We need another state, but before adding this, let me fix this real quick. Yeah. Right here, a little bigger maybe. Const is scrolled, set is scrolled, and we want the user state which is initially false, because obviously we're not scrolling at first time. We need to add our class to our nav tag conditionally. So curly braces and backticks, I cut the left part and surround our class name. A dollar sign for this, and another. If as a scroll is true, I want to add styles.scrolled, otherwise nothing. We need to update our state, and in order to make it happen, as always works, so right below this one we want another use effect, which is a arrow function, curly braces, and an empty array. I'll create a function which I'll name it handle scroll. All it does is updating the initial state, and for a parameter I add window and a property which is scroll y greater than 0. It means that we start to scroll. It's almost like our previous use effect, and just like that we need to add an event listener to the window, and for the return we will remove that event. So window dot add event listener, and the event is scroll, and we pass our function which is handle scroll. For the return, actually this line must be outside this handle scroll function, so let's fix it quickly. And make sure to put this line after this handle scroll function. Now to return, we want to remove the event listener from the window. So just copy this line and paste it here instead of add, type remove and save. Currently we don't have enough content to have a scroll bar in order to scroll down, but to make sure that it works correctly, I temporarily add a padding bottom of 50 rem to our header and save. And we have a scroll bar. If I scroll down, yes, our box shadow appears, and if I scroll back, it disappears. Okay, good. Now let's get rid of this line and back to our J6. The last thing that we need for the Navbar component is to add the active link. If you have a look at the final project, we can see that each section has its own active link. And in order to make it happen, let's switch back to our tab. We need three different things. Two of them are use state and use effect hooks, and the other one is intersection observer. If you're not familiar with intersection observer, it's basically a browser API, which I will show you in a second how it works. Let's add a user state here. Const active section set active section and user state, and we just need to put empty quotations. Now let's add another use effect right below the last one. Use effect, an arrow function, curly braces, and empty array. And inside, intersection observer has a configuration which is options, and this options has it's actually an object with some properties. One of them is root, and this root is used as a viewport to check the visibility. We set it to null, means the whole viewport. The next property is root margin. It's basically the margin around the root, and I set it to 0 pixels. And the last one is threshold, which is the intersection ratio. The value for the threshold is between 0 and 1. I set 0.4, which means 40%. Let me make it more clear. So when I try to scroll, we can see that each link becomes active based on a section. And it works because we have passed 40% of this section, means we intersect, and the callback function, which I will add in a second, is called. If you set the threshold to 0.5, for example, which is 50%, 50% of this section must be shown in order to make it work. And it doesn't matter you scroll down or scroll up, as long as you are scrolling. So, to continue, I'll create the callback function. I'll name it handle intersect and pass the entries as the parameter. The entries is an array which we can apply for each method. I pass the entry as a parameter, and inside I want to check if entry dot is intersecting, means we intersect. I want to update the state, and as a value it's entry dot target dot id. Now we need our intersection observer. I store it in a variable, name it observer, new intersection observer, and as a parameter I pass our callback function, and as a second parameter the configuration options. Next, I want to access to all sections. So const sections document dot query selector all. What I need to select is the section. Sections, for each section observer and the method which is observe, and we want to observe the section. Now for the return, we need to clean up the callback function for mounting and unmounting purposes. So we do the opposite. Sections dot for each section we want observer, and this time unobserved methods, and we pass the section and save. Now all you need to do is in the Navbar links component we need to add a prop which is active, and we set our initial state active section equal to link.id. Let's save, and in the Navbar links we need to pass these props active and onClick. Let's add a class to the A tag. The class is conditionally, so when it is active I want an active class which we already added in the app CSS, and if it's not true, nothing, no classes. And for the onClick we set it to onClick and save. This active class only change the color of each link and turn it to a danger color or red, and it doesn't work for now. It works once we create other components and sections. I want to resize the browser just to make sure that everything works correctly. This is our toggle button, and when I click, our links appear. Okay, beautiful. Now it's time to create the home component. So I close this out, and inside the components I create a new folder, name it home. And inside this folder I'll create two files. The first one will be home.js for the style, home.module.css. Inside this component RAFCE for the style. Let's import the CSS file. Okay, let's get rid of this div. Instead, I want a section, and this section has an ID which is home. From now on, each section in each component has a unique ID to match with the nav links for navigation. Inside the section, I want a container, and inside I want a wrapper div. The class will be styles.home, and inside this div I want two divs. The first div for the left side, let me expand this. This div will be for this content, and the second div is for our image. The class for the first div is styles bracket and quotation home content, I need another div. The class name for this is home dash title. And h2, the text will be hey, I'm, and h1, you can write your name. We need another div here. The class name for this will be styles, bracket, text, wrapper. I want a p tag. The word will be creative, and I want a span. This span has a class styles dot items, and inside this span we want 3 words which will be dynamic, and we'll leave it empty for now. And let me show you here which this div is for this part, and this p tag is actually here, and this is our span that I leave it empty. Add this later. After this div, we want another one. The class name will be styles.links. A div with class name styles.link. It will be an a tag. The href will be projects. I missed the letter. Projects. The text is view projects. Outside this div, I'll add a span tag, and the class name for this is styles dot divider. The text inside is or. After this span, but inside our links, I want another div like this. I just copy and paste it. The href will be about, and the text inside will be read about me. Outside this one, we want another div. The class name for this is styles.scroll. We want an a tag. The href is about, and inside this a tag I want an empty span tag. This scroll one is actually for this scroll, which will create it with our CSS, and this div is obviously for these links. The next div is for our image. Let's give it a class styles.circle, and another one with class name styles.content, an ing tag. The source will be in the images profile.jpg. And for the alternative text, by the way, you can add your image, and for alternative text, in this case I will write Patrick Anderson. Outside this div, outside the image tag, image2 tag, and the text will be Patrick Anderson and web developer. After this heading, we need another tag. This should be contact, and for the text, hire me. And as I said, this div is for the right side for the image, and this is obviously our image, and this h2 and this a tag is this part. To separate this name and job title like this, I will add a BR and we also want a self-closing span. Now I want to import this component in the app.js. I use empty tags to wrap these components, but of course you can use fragments. Make sure to import it and close. This is our home component, which needs some style. For the home class, I want to display it as flex, justify content, space between, line items, center, overflow will be hidden, line height 1, and for the height, I want the home section to have a 100 VH height, but we need to minus the height of this component with our Navbar component, with the height of our Navbar. So we need to add calc 100 VH minus 5.5 rem, which this is our Navbar height. And save for now. Okay. For the home content, we have margin at bottom, which is 100 pixels. Home title, line items, start, and home title h2. It has a margin at bottom, which is 1 rem. Now we want to add a transform to this h2 and other ones and put them outside the section and outside the screen, and then add an animation. Because if you have a look at our final project, if I refresh, we can see that in a second. Yeah, we can see that each text and each link comes up one by one. And so we have a little animation here. So here, after this margin button, I'll add a transform, translate the y-axis, 500 pixels. Before I add this animation, let me create it. So keyframes, the name will be slide up. For 0%, the transform is translate y 500 pixels, and let me copy it. For 100%, the transform will be 0 pixels. So let me add it here. Animation. The name is slide up. 0.8 seconds. is, and fill mode will be forwards 0.5 seconds. And if I save, you can see that our H2 tag comes out from the bottom. So let's continue. For home title and H1 tag, the font size is 5 rem. We have a beach H1 tag. Font weight will be 700. Margin left -5 pixels. Let's copy these 2 lines and paste it here. Instead of this 0.5 seconds, I want to change it to 7. Well, let me keep it as it is and save it to see the effect. We can see that they slide up together, but I want to have a little delay here for the next one. So if I refresh, we can see that they come after the next one. Okay, good. For the text wrapper, I want to display them as flex. Align items, center. Font size will be 1.5 rem. And paste the animation and transform, and this time for this we have 0.9 seconds. Let's target the P tag. We have a width for it, which is 370 pixels. Font weight 700. Our items has a font size which is 3 rem. The opacity is initially set to 0 because again for our items we have an animation which is this one. If you can see, there is a fade in fade out animation. So let's create this one too here. Keyframes, identifier is name is fading out. So in 0%, the opacity set to 0, and we have a transform. The scale is a little smaller, 0.8. Let's copy it. This one is 30%. The opacity is 1 and scale 1.2. For the next one, 70% opacity 1 and scale again 1.2. And for 100%, the opacity is set to 0 and our scale is 0.8. Now we add the animation. The identifier is fading out. Duration will be 3 seconds. In and out, and let's make it infinite so it works all the time. For our links, let's display them as flex. Justify content. Start. Align items, center, and margin at top, which will be 20 pixels. Set the font size to 1.2 rem. and font weight 700, and it has a slide up animation. Let's copy this one and paste it here, but change this to 1.1 seconds. Now for each link I want to set the position to relative, because if I hover on them, we can see that there is a underline for each. We need to add padding at bottom. Two pixels for the link, and a hover. I want the color to change to black, and a transition for the color 0.6 seconds. For the underline, I want an after pseudo element. For the content, empty quotation. We set the position to absolute. Bottom 5 pixels. Left 0. Width 100%. Border 1.8 pixel. Solid, and color black. Transform, I want scale X initially 0. And add the transition for the transform 0.6 seconds, and cubic bezier. The values will be 0.19, 1, 0.22, and 1. Also transform origin, we want right, center. And when we hover, after pseudo elements, I want the underline to be visible, so I change the scale X to 1. I set the transform origin, left, center. If you have a look, we can see that when we hover, this line comes from the left and go to the right, based on the transform origin that we set it here. Let's also add the transition duration, which is 0.4 seconds, and save. And if I hover on them, we can see this underline. Okay, great. This OR has a divider class. I want to make it bigger, and also a little padding on the side. Let's target this one. Divider. Let's increase the font size to 1.5 gram. And padding, top and bottom 0, left and right 15 pixels. Save, and it looks much better. Next one is our scroll, this one. Let me add the style for that. For the scroll itself, it has an animation, which is this one. Let's copy and paste it here. Instead of 1.1, we want 1.3 seconds. Scroll A span. It has the position of let me add the position for the scroll and set it to relative. For our span, the position will be absolute. Bottom minus 70 pixels. From the left, 16 pixels. The width will be 30 pixels. Set the height to 50 pixels. Margin left minus 15 pixels. Border 2 pixels. Solid, the color will be black. Set the border radius to 50 pixels. And last but not least, set the box size into border box and save. This is what we got so far. I want to change the color to a lighter color when I hover it. So to do that, set the scroll A span hover for border 2 pixels, solid, and the color will be 444, which is lighter color. And add the transition all 0.4 seconds. Let me save and see. This is better. Inside this scroll, we need a pseudo element in order to make this little line or wheel, whatever you call it. So let's make it here. Scroll A span before. The position will be absolute from the bottom. From the top, 5 pixels. Left will be 45%. It's better to add a content, an empty content here, because it's a pseudo element. So let's add it. The width for this one will be 2 pixels. And height set to 15 pixels. Background color will be black. Border radius 30%. Let's save it for now and see the results. And this is our line. To add animation, so it looks like this, we need another keyframe. So to create it, I'll name this one scroll. In 0%, the transform translate y will be 0. Let's copy this one and paste it here. Change it to 100% and transform y will be 10 pixels. Let's add the animation. The animation is scroll is 2 seconds and it's infinite. Also add the box sizing, border box for this one. When we hover on it, we want to change this color too. Scroll A span and hover. I want the before pseudo element. Change the background color to 444 and transition all 0.4 seconds. Save and see the results. Looks good. Now for the image, we have a circle class, which the position will be relative. Set the width and the height to 450 pixels. For background color will be 999. It will be in a circle shape, so set the border radius to 50% and overflow hidden. Next we have circle before, content empty, position absolute, insert top and bottom -10 pixels and left and right 100 pixels. For the background we have a linear gradient which the colors are both black. For the transition we set it to 0.5 seconds. Let me save it. And our image, which is not good for now, in our final project we can see that it also has an animation. So we need another keyframe here. Let's name this one animated circle. For 0%, the transform rotate will be 0. Let's copy this one, paste it here. For 100%, the transform rotate will be 360 degree. And here, let's add this animation. The name is animated circle. Duration will be 4 seconds, linear and infinite. Let's save. We can see it right now, but we will in a second. For the circle class, we want an after pseudo element. Set the content to empty quotation. Set the position to absolute. Background color will be white. Insert, set it to 10 pixels. It will be in a circle shape, so set the border radius to 50% and z index, which is 1. This is the result for now. Now for the content, the position is also absolute. Insert 30 pixels. The border will be 6 pixels, solid, and the color which is black. We want a higher index, or the index, set it to 3. Let's make it circle by setting the border radius to 50%. This plate has legs. Justify content, center, align items center. We want the overflow to be hidden, and flex direction, which is column. Now for the image inside the content, the position is also absolute. Set the top to 0, left 0, width 100%, and also height. The transition is also 0.5 seconds. Center the text line. Pointer events to none, and z index, which is 3. This is our image. Now for the h2 inside the content, set the position to relative, text align center, change the font size to 15 pixels. Font weight will be 600. A little letter spacing 2 pixels. Set the text transform to uppercase. A little padding on top and bottom, which is 10 pixels, left and right 0. Now for the span, we want to display it as block. Change the font weight to 300. Font size will be 13 pixels. A little padding, top and bottom 5 pixels, left and right 0. We also have an A tag inside the content. It's positioning to relative, background color, which will be 222. And to see the link, we set the color to white. For the padding, top and bottom 10 pixels, left and right will be 20 pixels. Change the font size to 14 pixels. For the font weight, set to 600. Set the text transform to uppercase. A little letter spacing, which is also it's only 1 pixel. And the transition, which is 0.5 seconds. When I hover over the A tag, I want to increase the letter spacing. And if I show it quickly, I mean something like this. So let's add it here. Content, A, hover, letter space will be 3 pixels. The circle itself has also a hover effect. So circle, hover, and before pseudo elements. All we need is setting the insert top and bottom 20 pixels, and the font weight will be 0 pixels. Yeah. When we hover, we also want the image to be disappear. So let's target it and change the opacity to 0. Let's save. Very good. I think one thing is missed, and this is for the A tag. We need a border radius for that. Let's add it here. Set the border radius to 20 pixels. Save, and looks better. Okay. Now let's make it responsive. So after the keyframes, I'll add media screen, which the max width will be 890 pixels. When the width of the browser is a little smaller, I want to change the font size of this part and also make this shape a little smaller. So the first one will be home title H1, which the font size will be 3 rem. Text wrapper, the font size will be 1.4 rem. For the items which doesn't exist for now, the font size for that will be 2.2 rem. Our links will have a font size of 1 rem and also a margin top of 10 pixels. Divider, the font size for that will be 1.2 rem. And for the circle, width and height will be 340 pixels. Okay, let's save and see the result. We can see that they are smaller now. Good. Now we need another media query for mobile screens. This one, the max width will be 768 pixels. This whole section, which the class name is home, is displayed as flex. When the screen is smaller, I want to change the flex direction to column, but not column, but column reverse. And you can see why. If I set the flex direction into column and save, we can see that the text are on the top and the image is at the bottom. I don't want it this way. Instead, I set it to column reverse. And now we can see that the image is at the top and the text is at the bottom. I don't want this content to stay at the very bottom. I want a little space. So to do that, I change the justify content into a space around and save, and it looks a little bit better. Also set the line height to 0.8. So they are a little close to each other. Now for the home content, I want to align them at the start. So if I make it smaller, and so align items, flex dash start. For our p tag in the text wrapper, change the width to 290 pixels and make the circle a little bit smaller, change it to 300 pixels and the height 300 pixels. Save, and it looks a little bit better. Okay, this is our style for these components. Let's back to our home components. I want to create an array in order to loop through them and show each word every 3 seconds. I'll name this array items. I'll name the first one designer, the second one freelancer, and the third one developer. Now I need a user state, so let's add the structure in the first element. I name it current index, and second element will be set current index. So use state, make sure to import it, and inside user state I put 0. This initially shows the first index, which in this case is designer. Now for the interval, I want to use use effect. So let's import it here, an arrow function, curly braces, and an empty array. I will set an interval, which I will store it in the interval variable. So an arrow function, I want to set 3000 milliseconds, which is equal to 3 seconds. Inside the interval, I want the set current index and access to prev index, and each time I want to increment the prev index. I want a reminder in order to cycle through them. So item.length. The reason that I use this modulus operand or division reminder is because I want to calculate the reminder. When we cycle through the words, our current index will be 0. And when we increment it by 1, the current index will be 1. The next time we increment it again, and the current index will be 2. And for the last time, when we increment it, the current index will be 3. And if I show it in a comment, our reminder for the last time will be 0. It means that we can back to the first index. I also set the timer to 3 seconds to show each word in every 3 seconds. And now, as a return, it's better to clean up the interval for any memory leak when the components unmounts. So clear interval, and we pass our interval to it. Now, as the last step, in order to show the words on the page, we need to add our items array and pass the current index to it. Inside the span, curly braces, items and current index. Let's save. And it's not showing up. It seems that I messed up something. Let me open the console to see if there's any error. We have no error here. In the components, our logic seems to be okay, but let me check the classes. It's items, and we added this array and current index. Let me check the CSS. The class was items. Okay. Yeah, this one, font size opacity is 0 initially, but with this animation, opacity must change. So if I check the animation, oh, of course it doesn't work because I misspelled this one. It's supposed to be opacity. Let's save it, and there we go. I accidentally typed it wrong. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, okay, this is our home component, and it's finished. Let me check the component. Our logic seems to be okay, and here in this span I added items and passed the current index, which seems to be alright. Maybe we need to check this class in our CSS file. So the opacity initially set to 0, and when the animation runs, the opacity back to 1. Let's check the animation, and the opacity, oh, of course it doesn't work because I typed it wrong. Let me fix it quickly and save, and there we go. We have our items. Now we have another issue, which the animations for this circle and for this scroll is not working. So animations, and this one is supposed to be 100, not 1000. Same here. Let's change it and save and create. Now we have our animations. For this whole section, we have an active class, and to make sure that it works correctly, in the app CSS, let's search for active class here, and just add important to make sure that it always works. And one more thing, change this one to for a far. We need this class later. Let's save, and now we have an active class. To continue, I close these tabs, and in the components, I create a new folder for our about section, which we need 2 files. First one will be about.js, and for the style, about.module.css. Here type RAFCE. Let's also import the styles. Okay, let's get rid of this div. We don't need it. Instead, we want a section. This section has an ID, which is about, and the class name style starts about. We want a container here. We have a title, which is this one. Let me import it in our app.js before we continue. Make sure to import it, and it's better to put our main content inside the main tag. Let's save and close this one. And here in this container div, I'll create another one. The class name for this one will be styles.title. A heading which is h2, and the text will be about, and a span, inside the span me. I added this span because we need to style it later. Okay, after this span, we have an underline or a line. So after this h2, I we add an HR, which is horizontal line. Okay, this one is here for now. Let's add more content. I need a grid class. Inside I want two divs. The first one will be for our image here, and the right side will be this text. So for the first one, let's add a class name, styles brackets, about -img, and for the image itself, it's inside our images folder, profile.jpg, and for the alternative text. Okay, the next one has a class name, which is a styles bracket about -content, h3 tag, and a class name, which is styles.border. The text will be header. After this h3, I want a p tag. To save time, I just copy and paste this part. Let's surround this name with a span tag in order to change the color later. So span and now the class name, styles dot name, and save. I'll switch the tab. Okay, this is what we got so far, and something is wrong here. Or no, it's okay. Just the image is too big. We need to style it. The container is working. Yeah. To style it, for the about, let's add a padding, 5 rem top and bottom, left and right 0. Background color will be for -bg light. Scroll margin top 5.5 rem, which is the height of our navbar. We basically want the navbar to stay on top of the section. To continue, title, let's text align center and increase the font size to 1.5 rem. Now for the span, change the color to danger color. Let's save. Okay. To style the HR tag, I set the width to 80 pixels. Add the padding to the sides, 30 pixels. We want to center it, so margin top and bottom 0, left and right auto. And the border, 1 pixel, solid, and the color will be black. Let's save. Great. Now for the image, I want to position it as relative and create this shape behind us. So let's do that. About -img. Position will be relative. And about img after, we want an empty content. Set the position to absolute, left 0, top 0. For the transform, we need to rotate, which is 5 degrees. For the background color, 666, and set the width to 100%, and also set the height to 100%. Let's save. Now the image is behind. In order to show it, we need to increase this index. So about img, and let's target img tag. Set the width to 100% and also the height to 100%. Object width, cover, not contain but cover. Border radius 13 pixels, and set the position to relative, and for the z index set it to 3 and save. Okay, good. For the box shadow, we need two. The first one, the offset x will be 0, offset y will be 14 pixels, and the blue will be 28 pixels. For the color, RGBA, the values will be 0, 0, 0, and alpha will be 0.25. Add a comma and add another one. Offset x 0, offset y 10 pixels, blue will be 10 pixels. The color is RGBA, values will be 0, 0, 0, and for the alpha 0.22. And save. Okay, now we have a box shadow. For the about content, the max width, say to 500 pixels, and justify self to the end. For the p tag, inside about content, let's increase the font size because that's too small. 20 pixels will be okay. Let's save. Now we want a pseudo element to create this part. The class is border. Let's set the position to relative. Display it as flex. Set the width to 140 pixels. Height will be 60 pixels. Text align. Center. Font size will be 22 pixels. Add a margin to the bottom, which is 30 pixels. For justify content, say to center and also line items center. Add a border, 2 pixel, solid, and the color is black. Now add a before. Content will be empty, position, absolute. From the bottom, minus 13 pixels, left will be 20 pixels, set the width to 0 and height to 0, border left 0 pixel, solid, and the color transparent. Let's copy it for the border right. Just change the 0 pixel to 10. Now for the border top, 13 pixels, solid, and the color will be black. Let's save. Okay. Now for the name, just change the font weight to 600. And last but not least is our media queries. The max width will be 768 pixels. For the grid, I want to change the grid template columns to one fraction. For about, img, margin, left, auto, and let's copy it for margin right to make it display in the center, and image itself, and also the pseudo element. Change the width to 350 pixels and also the height. And about content, justify self, center. Let's save and change the width of the browser, and looks good. If you have a look at the final project, and let me renew the page, we can see that there is a reveal effect here. For this effect, I don't intend to create it in this component, since this effect exists in other sections as well. So to avoid duplication, I will create a new folder in this components folder, name it reveal, and inside this folder a new file which is reveal.js6. I'll type rfce. Now for the props, I'll add children and threshold. As you probably guessed, we want to use intersection observer for this threshold, and this children is for the content of each section in each component to have this reveal effect. Now I need two hooks. The first one will be use ref. Make sure to import it like here. We need to use ref in order to interact with the DOM. The value will be null, and I want to store it in a variable named section ref. Now what I want to return is a div which I'll use a ref attribute, and as a reference I pass the value section ref, and the content inside will be children. And as I said, these children will be any content inside the section in each component in order to show this reveal effect. Now I want to create an intersection observer inside the use effect. So let's import this use effect as I did here. An arrow function, curly braces, and empty array for dependency. For the options, I want to set the root margin to 0 pixels. For the threshold, I'll set it to threshold or 0.1. What this does is actually a way to accept props from the parent. If the threshold exists and it comes from the parent, the threshold will be that amount. Otherwise, it will be the default value. Now for the callback, the parameters will be entries and observer. For the entries array, I want a for each method. For each entry, I want to check an if statement. If entry dot is intersecting, I want to change some styles. If you remember at the beginning, in our general styles, we had a reveal class which the transform for translate y is 200 pixels and the opacity is set to 0. Now, in this reveal, let's add this class. And inside this if statement, when we intersect, I want section ref dot current and style, which will be transform. For the translate y, I want to set it back to 0 pixels. And also for the opacity, section ref dot current and style opacity, set it back to 1. And then we want to unobserve entry dot targets. Now I will create a variable, name is observer, new intersection observer instance, pass the callback function and our options. For the observer, we want to observe the section ref dot current, and for the return, we need a cleanup, which is disconnecting the observer. And lastly, I'll put a threshold as a dependency. Let's back to our about component, and inside the section, but not outside, because we want the section to stay and the content inside the section have this reveal effect. So let's import this reveal and wrap the content and save. Let's see the result, and we have an error here which says the objects are not valid as a real child. So something is wrong here. Oh, our props are supposed to be inside curly braces. Let's save, and now we have no content. Okay, something is wrong here. Our intersection is obviously working because the active link is working, means that we intersect. Maybe something is wrong with our class name. I probably misspelled. No, it's the same. So the style is working correctly. Let me see for the options. We need threshold, the callback. For the statement, Oh, the mistake is here, which again I typed wrong. It's supposed to be is intersecting. Let me save, and there it is. Let me refresh the page and scroll down, and yes, we have a beautiful reveal effect. For the next component, I close these tabs, and inside the components, I'll create a new folder, name it skills. Inside this folder, I want two files. The first one will be skills.jsx, and for the style, skills.module.css. Let's create a simple component and add our styles. Okay guys, let's get rid of this div. Instead, I want a section which the ID is skills, and the class name will be styles.skills, and I want a container inside. For the title, which is this one, I'll create a new div. Class name will be styles.title, a heading which is h2, and a span. Outside this span will be skills. Let's add an HR as well. Now another div. It has two classes. I add backticks. The first class name will be grid, and the second one will be styles dot, not a dot but a bracket, and skills dash grid. These classes are for this part. Now I need two divs. First one will be for the left side, and the second one will be for the right side. So let's do that. For the first one, the class name is styles.content, the heading, the text inside is in span designing, and after this span, I wanted to go to the next line, like you can see here. So ER and another span developing. For the paragraph, I copy this and paste it here. The next div, which is for this progress bars, I want to create another component and map through them here. For now, I'll just add the class name, which is styles bracket, and inside a skill bars. Let's save and see what we got so far. Before we need to import it, so let's do that. Import it, and let's refresh the page. And this is what we got so far. After this part, we have an image in the background and these two divs. So here after this one, excuse me, after the last div, I want another one. It has class name, styles dot bottom, and another div. It has two classes, backticks, styles dot flex, and a container. Inside I want two divs for the left and the right side. For the left side I want a heading. The text is I'm available for work, and the second one, it's an A tag which will navigate to the contact section, which will be created later, and the text will be contact me. Let's save, and here's our content. Now it's time to style it. For the skills, I want adding a top 5 RAM, title, text align, start, increase the font size to 1.5 RAM. For the span, change the color to bar dash dash danger color. Let's save. Okay, good. Now we'll style the HR. Set the width to 80 pixels. Padding, top and bottom 0, left and right 74 pixels. And the border 1 pixel, solid, and the color will be black. For the skills, grades, let's change the columns to repeat 2 times 1FR. It's already displayed as grids, but we can't see it because we have no content on the right. So let's continue. For the content, H1 and direct spans, increase the font size to 3 RAM. For the paragraph, font size will be 20 pixels. And there is another class which is progress line. Since we don't have anything here, let me show you at the final project. This class is for these progress lines, the gray ones. So let's style them. Each line has a height of 10 pixels. Width will be 100%. Background color to DDD. Let's set the position to relative. Transform, translate x1. Border radius will be 10 pixels. And that's it for now. For the next class, progress line, span, which are these black lines. Set the height to 100%. Let's position them as absolute. For the radius will be the same as before, 10 pixels. Transform translate x will be 0. Transform origin will be left, so they are initially hide, and I will add an animation to make them appear from the left. Set the background color to black. Let's add this animation. So keyframes, name it progress bar. So when it's 100%, set the transform scale x1, and here for the animation it's progress bar. Duration will be 4 seconds. Cubic bezier 0, 0, 0, and 1 forwards. Okay. Now let's set the width of each line. For example, the first one, the width is 90%, and so on. First one is progress line.js span. The width for this is 90%. Let's copy it and paste it 3 times. This one is React. The width is 80%. Next one. Next, set the width to 85%. And the last one is TS with 75%. Now to create these shapes, we need pseudo elements. Progress line, span, before, empty content, position will be absolute. For the top, minus 16 pixels, right, minus 10 pixels, height 0, width 0, border left 0 pixels, solid and transparent. Border right 10 pixels, solid, transparent. Border top 13 pixels, solid, and the color will be black. For the transform, translate x 50 degrees. Set the initial opacity to 0, and we want animation. Another keyframes, name it percentage. For 100%, the opacity will be 1. So after this one, add the animation, which is percentage 0.5 seconds, 1.5 seconds, linear, forwards. Next will be progress line, span. After set the position to absolute. From the top, minus 35 pixels. Right will be minus 30 pixels. Set the font weight to 500. Background color will be black, and color set to white. Padding, top and bottom 1 pixel, left and right 8 pixels. Set the font size to 12 pixels. Border radius 3 pixels. And same as above, the opacity will be 0, and animation, which is percentage, 0.5 seconds, 1.5 seconds, linear, forwards. This after studio element is actually these numbers. Now the numbers will be our content. So progress line, .js, span. After content will be 90%. Let's copy this one and paste it 3 times. The next one will be React. Percentage will be 80. The next one is Next, which is 85. And the last one is 75%. Now for the bottom, which is this part, let's style this. Bottom position will be relative. For the background, not background color but background, I want to add an image. Will be outside the source folder in the public images and bg-dark. I use background instead of background image because I want to do it in a short way. That was for the image. For repeats, background repeats, actually no repeats. Let's center it, and for the color, center, color, and save. Let's see what we got. And there we go, this is our image. And the text is almost unreadable. Let's fix it. Color to white. And the heading becomes white. And this font is actually an A tag. We need to do that differently. Let's add a margin top. Fiber and continue. Bottom, before, set the content empty. Position will be absolute. Top 0, left 0, right 0, and bottom 0. Background color set to RGBA, and values will be 0, 0, 0, and the for the alpha 0.5, and mix blend mode will be multiply and save. Okay. For the flex, display it as flex, justify contents, space between, align items, center, let's add a height 200 pixels and save. This is much better now. For the heading, increase the font size to 2 rem, mix blend mode to screen, set the position to relative, and after that I want the pseudo element to actually create this blink underline. So let's continue. Flex H3 before, content, position, absolute, width will be 20 pixels, height 4 pixels, background color white, bottom 11 pixels, left 100%, opacity will be 1. We need another animation, so after the last one, add sign, keyframes, name it link. For 0%, opacity is 1. Let's type it correctly. Copy this one and paste it 2 more times. This one is 30%. The opacity will be 0. And this is actually 50%. And the last one will be 100%. The opacity back to 1. Let's add the animation. So after the opacity, animation, which is blink, 0.9 seconds, and it will be infinite. Let's save it, and it's blinking. And now for this A, which is almost unreadable, let me style it. Flex A, position will be relative, the color will be white, increase the font size to 1.2 rem, font space will be 600, and set the mix blend mode to screen so we can see it. Okay, great. It also has an underline which will be visible on hover, like this one. Let's add that. Flex. I don't know why I keep typing that. After content will be empty, position will be absolute. From the bottom, -5 pixels, left 0, width will be 100%, border 1.8 pixels, solid, and the color will be white. Set the transform, scale x 0. For the transition, transform 0.6 seconds, cubic bezier. Values are 0.19, 1, 0.22, and 1. Transform origin, right, center, and flex A, hover, after. Change the transform scale x to 1. Transform origin, left center, and the transition duration will be 0.4 seconds. Let's save and hover. Okay, great. Now I want to add the media queries to make it responsive. Add media screen, and the max width will be 768 pixels. For the scaled grid, I want to change the grid template columns to 1 fraction. Flex direction will be column. Justify content, center, and gap of 10 pixels. For the H3 inside the flex, decrease the font size to 1.5 rem. I change the width to see the result when it's 768. The grid will be 1 fraction for the columns, and this will be the direction of flex will be column. Now let's create our progress bars. Before creating a new component, I want to create the data, an array of objects inside the skills component for the labels and for the percentage, and also for the style. So outside the function, let's name it skills data, an array, and objects. The key for the first property is label, and the value is Java script. Percentage is 90, and for the style, backticks, $, styles, dot, it's actually brackets, which is progress line, and another class name, which is styles.js. Let's copy this one and paste it 3 times. And for the second one, the label is React. Percentage is 80 styles. For this one will be React. The third object label will be Next.js. Set the percentage to 85. And this one is Next. And for the last one, change it to TypeScript. The percentage is 75 and set it to styles.ts. Let's save it for now and create a new folder inside the skills folder. I name it skill bar, and I want 2 files, skill bar.jsx, and for the style, skill bar.module.css. Inside the skill bar.jsx, I want a basic component and import the styles from this file, and here I want this div and set the class name to styles.bar. Inside I want 2 divs. The first one has a class name of styles.label. I want a span, and inside this span will be our labels, which will be passed through the props. So I keep it empty for now until then. The next div has also a span. This will be responsible for the percentage that I will add it in a second. For now, let's add the styles. For the bar, we have margin, top and bottom 20 pixels, left and right 0. Bar, bar first child, margin top will be 0. The label has a margin at bottom, which is 5 pixels, and label span, set the font weight to 500, font size 1.25 rem, or let's change the font weight to 700 because they are bold, and save. Now let's back to the skills component and map through this skills data. Right here, skills data dots map has a parameter, it will be skill, and it will render the skill bar component. make sure to import it. Let's add some props. For the key, we can choose the label, and for the label, scale dot label percentage will be scale dot percentage, and for the style, scale dot style. Let's save and see what we got here. Obviously we have nothing yet because we need to pass these props. So here props will be label, percentage, and a style. For the first span, let's add label, this div, the class name will be the style prop, and this span as a data dash percentage, which will be percentage, and save. Now we have our skill bars. Let me refresh it. The line is not showing, I mean the black line. I probably missed something in the style. So let me find it. So this is our progress line, and here we have an animation for progress bar, so transform. Okay, this should be a scale X. Let me save it and refresh. Didn't work. I also need to change this one, scale X. What else did I miss? So in the progress line, transform scale X is 1, and for the span we have a height, position, border radius, transform scale X is 0, transform origin, and here's the problem. It's supposed to be background color. Let me save it, and yes, we have our progress lines. Let me refresh the page, and the animation is working. My bad. I'm trying my best to explain everything in details as much as possible, so mistakes like this might happen. I apologize about that. Anyways, at the moment everything seems to be working perfectly. But I say it seems to be. Let me show you what I mean. When I refresh the page, we can see that each line or each progress line has an animation. The problem is not obvious for now, but if I scroll top and reload the page, after a couple of seconds, when I start to scroll and reach this section, we don't see any animation here. Does it mean that the animation isn't working? Of course it does. Let me prove it to you. If I scroll top and reload again and scroll down very fast, we can see the animation for each bar. It means that the animation for the progress lines starts when the page is loading, which is absolutely not the behavior that we want. Let me show you in the final project. When I scroll top and reload the page, I try to scroll down and it takes me some seconds, and when I reach to this section we can see that the animation runs. And if it was quick, let me do it again. When I reload and start scrolling, we can see the animation here. We want the animation to run only when we are in this section. We can't expect that the user starts scrolling so fast when the page is loading. And if you're thinking about the reveal effect, let me tell you that it doesn't have anything to do with that. And let me tell you why. That reveal effect has a different intersection observer for itself, and its job is to reveal the content. If we want to run this animation only when we scroll and navigate to this spot, we need two things, which the first one will be user state, and the second one will be intersection observer. And if you're thinking about this link, that it becomes active because it has an intersection observer, when we try to scroll, we can see that this becomes active. This one, of course, has an intersection observer, but that's for the Navbar component, so don't mix it up. Now let's fix it in the skills component. And here, for the array structuring for the first element, I name it is intersected, and second element set is intersected, and for the user state, let's set the value to false, which means we initially didn't intersect yet. And one more thing that we need to import is useRef in order to create a reference to the DOM element. We want to observe this section, and the value will be null for now. Let's store it in a variable, name it section ref. Don't forget to import them, user state and useRef. Let's add this attribute to our section. Ref section ref. And for the user state, we want to show this style conditionally. So in the skill bar for the style, if it is intersected, we want to show this style, otherwise nothing. Now for the intersection observer, I want to add it inside the use effect. Make sure to import it, and inside, like before, arrow function, curly braces, and an empty array for dependency. For the options, set the root margin to 0 pixels. Threshold will be 0.15. For the fallback function, let's name it handle intersection. Two parameters, the first one will be entries and the second one will be observer. Now array destructuring and entries. As I said before, this entries is an array. I want to destructuring and get the first element, say to entry. This entry represents the observed element's information. Let's add an if statement. Entry dot is intersecting. I hope I typed it right this time. If intersected, I want to set is intersected to true. And for the observer, I want to unobserve entry dot targets. Now we want to create an intersection observer instance. I store it in a variable named observer, just as before. New intersection observer, which I pass our fallback function and the options. And for the observer, I want to observe the section ref dot current, and as the return, sorry about that, we want to disconnect the observer. Let's save and see the result. Okay, if I reload and if I start scrolling, and now we can see that the animation starts. Great job. Now let's add the reveal. So reveal, let's import it. Import reveal from reveal and the file. Let's wrap the content and save. Okay, now we have very beautiful effects. Just to make sure that it works correctly, I reload the page and start scrolling. Okay, great. Now it's time to create portfolio component. So let's create a new folder inside the components. Name it portfolio, and two more files, which is portfolio.jsx, and for the style, portfolio.module.css. So here let's create or import the styles from portfolio module CSS, and then I want a section. The ID will be portfolio, and the class name, which is styles.portfolio. Inside the section, I want a container, I want a div and a UL. The div is for this title, and the URL will be for these cards. So let's add the class styles, the title, h2 tag, and the text selected, and inside the span box. After this h2 and hr. For the allies inside this URL, that will be each card, I want to create a new component to avoid duplication. So for now, I just add the class name, which is styles.cards. Let's import it. So in the app.js, after this skills, I want portfolio. Make sure to import it and save. And let's reload. And this is the title that we have so far. This is the latest style. For the portfolio, we have a padding, top and bottom 5 rem, left and right 0. Title, let's center the text line and increase the font size 1.5 rem. For the span inside the title, let's change the color to var -- danger color. And for the HR, set the width to 80 pixels, padding on sides 30 pixels, set the margin top and bottom 0, left and right auto, and the border, which is 1 pixel, solid and black. For the last one, which is cards, display it as grid. And for the grid, template columns, repeat, auto, fit, and min-max. Minimum will be 300 pixels and maximum 1 fraction. The auto feed, this basically automatically feeds as many columns as possible into the available space. Now we add the gap, which is 2 rem, and margin, top and bottom 4 rem, left and right 5 VW, which is viewport width, and set the padding to 0 and save. And this is what we got so far. Before I create a new component, I want to create a new file to store the data for each card. That this file will store the images and also the titles. So outside the components, but inside the source folder, I want to create a new file. Name is card.data.js. And in order to save time, I just paste the data. This will be an array of objects. Each object has an ID for the key, a title, and an image with the source. So let's close it, and here I import the file card data from outside the components, and this is our file. Now inside the components and inside the portfolio folder, I will create a new folder, name it cards, and inside I want 2 files. The first one will be cards.jsx, and a new file, cards.module.css. Let's create a basic component and import these files. What I want to return is an li. Inside this li there is a div. The class name is styles.card. Inside this div there is an image and a div. The image will be the image for each card, and the div will contain these contents. The source for each image will be passed by props, which I will add in a second. I'll leave it empty for now, and this div I'll add the class name, which is styles bracket card overlay. I want another div here. The class name is styles card header. Inside the header there is an icon, a title that will be passed by props, and an anchor tag. For this icon I want to use React icons. So let's open a new tab, and in the URL search for React icons, and this will be the link for it. We need to install the package, so copy this command and in the IDE open the terminal and open a new one. And paste it and wait a little bit until the packages are installed. Okay, great. In the search bar, search for arrow drop right. Let's copy this one and import it from React icons/io. Now inside this div, let's add the logo. Set the size to 45 and add a class name, which is styles.icon. And let me name it styles card icon in order to match with other class names. After this icon we have a div with class name styles bracket card content h3 tag. The class name will be styles card title. We'll leave it empty for now, and any tag. It doesn't go anywhere, but you can put your project links, and the text will be demo. As you can see, we have some warnings here. This one is because we leave the heading empty. If I type something, the warning will go away. And for this warning, all you need to do is to add a / before the hashtag, and the warning will be disappeared. Now outside this div, I want a p tag, and the class name will be styles bracket card description. I just add some lorem ipsum, so lorem 10 and tab, and that's it. Let's save and do the style. Let's also change this tab for the card. Let's set the position to relative, display it as block, set the height to 100%, border radius 40 pixels, overflow will be hidden, and for the box shadow I want to, the first one for the offset X will be 0, offset Y 14 pixels, blue will be 28 pixels, and the color RGBA, the values will be 0, 0, 0, and 0.25. Let's add a comma and offset X0, offset Y 10 pixels, blue 10 pixels, and RGBA 0, 0, 0, and 0.22. Okay, for the image inside the card, set the width to 100% and also height will be 100%, and set the object feed to cover, not contain but cover. Card overlay, the position for this will be absolute, bottom 0, left 0, right 0. For the font family, I choose Poppins. Background color will be white, and set the color to 555. Set the Z index to 1 and transform, translate Y 100%, and the transition, which will be 0.2 seconds, is in out. This overlay is initially hide, but when we hover, we can see this paragraph. So let's set the translate Y to 0. So card over, card overlay, transform, translate Y 0. For the card header, set the position to relative, display it as legs, align items, center, set the gap to 10 pixels, and the padding, which is 2 EM. And I want a border radius for the top right and also top left. So border top right radius will be 40 pixels. Let's copy it. And border top left. Set the background color to white. Transform, translate Y 100%, actually minus 100%, and the transition, which will be 0.2 seconds, is in out. For the icon, set the color to 222, and for the margin left, minus 20 pixels. Now card content A. For background color, I choose 222. The color will be white. Set the font weight to 600. For the padding, top and bottom will be 8 pixels, left and right 12 pixels. Also border radius and this one will be 10 pixels, and a little letter spacing, which is 1 pixel. For the font size, 0.9 rem, and the transition will be 0.3 seconds. Now, when I want to hover over the anchor tag, I want to increase the letter spacing to 2 pixels. And for the card hover and target the card header, I want to zero the transform in the translate by. Now for the title, set the font size to 1 rem. Font family will be sans serif, and the little margin at bottom set it to 12 pixels. And the last part, which is card description, for the font size 0.9 rem, padding top will be 0, bottom 2 rem, left and right will be 2 rem. Set the margin to 0, and overflow will be hidden. Let's save and close this tab. Now in the portfolio component, I want to map through the card data. So inside the UL, card data, let's map. I set the item as parameter. I want to render the cards component, make sure to import it. For the key, item.id. For the image, item.img, and title, item.title. Now let's save and pass these props, which are image and title. So here, image, not images, but image and title. Now for the source, inside the image tag, it will be our image, and for the h3, it will be title. Let's save and see the results. And there we go. We have our cards. And it's completely responsive. Which is very good. Okay, great job. The last thing for this component is to add a reveal effect. So inside the section, let's import the reveal component. So reveal from reveal folder and the file. Let's wrap the content and save. Okay, we have these effects here as well. For the next component, I'll close these tabs, and inside the components, I create a new folder, name it testimonial, and inside this folder I want two files, testimonial.j6 and testimonial.module.css. I'll type rafc and I'll import the styles from testimonial.module.css. Let's get rid of this div. Instead, I want a section which the ID will be portfolio and a class name which is styles, bracket, testimonial slider. Let's also import a reveal so we don't have to add it later. So here I'll import a reveal from /, reveal folder and the file. Inside here I want a container h2 which is testimonials, and the h1 which the text will be what people say. For the slider itself, let me show you. For this slider, which is a message, a name, and also these buttons, which will be our slider, I will create a new component for that. But before that, I want to create a new file for this data. So again, outside the components, but inside the source folder, I'll create a new file, name it testimonial data, and I paste it. This is again an array of objects. Each object has an ID, a name, and a message. Let's save and close it. And I import it. Testimonial data from // and testimonial data. Now, inside the testimonial folder, I will create a new folder, name it testimonial slider, and inside this folder I want two files. The first one will be testimonial slider.j6, and for the style, testimonial slider.module.css. Let's create a basic component and also import the styles from this file. I don't need it for now, just close it. And here I add this component. Let me just import it. Now what I want to do now is to use a state for the current index, or in other words, for our current slide, and add functionality to these buttons, which we don't have it yet because we need to import these icons later. So for the current index, and set current index. Let's import user state, and the value will be 0 because it's the first slide or the first index that we initially have. Now I want two functions. The first one will be for the next button. I name it next testimonial. What it does is updating the current index, and for the next index it checks if we are at the end of our array, so testimonial data dot length -1. If we are at the end of this array, we want to back to the first index, otherwise it will be incremented by 1. Basically, whenever I click on this next button, it will be incremented by 1, and when I reach to the last index, or in other words, last slide, it will be back to the first index or the first slide. The logic for this previous button is almost the same with a little change. So let's copy this one and paste it here. I'll change this next and the next ones to prev. Just for the function name, let's name it previous. And what we do here is to check when we are at the first slide, we want to back to the last slide, otherwise it will be 1. So at the moment we are in the first slide or first index. If I click on the previous button, it will be the last slide, and when I click again, it will decrement by 1. Now in the testimonial slider, I want to pass these functions and also testimonial data by props. So let's do that. I name it testimonial, and I will set it to testimonial data, and I pass the current index. And for the functions, next testimonial, which will be our function, and the previous testimonial. Let's also add it here. Now in the testimonial slider, I want to pass these props, testimonial, next testimonial, and previous testimonial. Let's get rid of this div. I'll create a new one. The class name will be styles dot content. Now another div which has two classes. I use backticks and $sign. The first one is styles dot testimonial, and the next one styles brackets fading. Now inside this div, I want two p tags. The class name for this is styles.message, and the content testimonial.message. Next one, the class name for this is styles.name. The first one will be testimonial.name, comma, and customer. This p tag is for this part, and this message is obviously for this message. Outside this div, I want another one. It will be for our buttons. So style.buttons. I want 2 button. The class is same for both. So class name, styles, bracket, slider, button. Now for these icons, I want to use React icons again. So let's type React icons and search for this again. Maybe I should have keep it open, but anyways, search for outline arrow without a space. Let's copy this one and import it. Also copy this one as well. I want to import them from React icons and HI folder. Now inside these buttons, the first one is high outline narrow left, and set the size to 30. And for the second button, this will be high outline arrow right. Also set the size to 30 here. Let's save and import it in app.js. So after the last one, import the testimonial and save. And we need to refresh the page. If I scroll down, we can see that we have an ugly slider. We need to style it. So to style it, let's start with testimonial module. We have nothing much here, only 2 classes. The first one is testimonial slider. For the padding, top and bottom 8 rem, left and right 0. Change the background color to var -bg -light. And for the H2, inside the testimonial slider, set the font size to 24 pixels and change the color to var -danger color. Save. This is what we got. Now to style this slider, let's go to open this file, testimonial slider. For the content, overflow will be hidden. Testimonial, set the max width to 700 pixels. Height will be 170 pixels. A margin at top 3.5 rem, and margin for bottom it's 40 pixels. Set the opacity to 0 and the transition for the opacity 0.5 seconds, is in out. We have another class which is fade in. We set the opacity back to 1. For the message, change the font size to 1.2 rem. Set the line height to 1.7. A little margin at bottom, which will be 10 pixels. Change the font style to italic. The transition for all 0.6 seconds is. For the name, increase the font size to 1.3 rem. Set the font weight to bold. Position will be relative. Padding top 30 pixels and padding left will be 60 pixels, and the transition is also for all 0.6 seconds is. Let's save, and this is how it looks. Now what I want, I already set this name, the position to relative. Now with pseudo element, I want to create this line. So let's do that. Name before, content will be empty, position absolute, left will be 0 pixels, bottom 10 pixels, set the width to 36 pixels, the height is only 1 pixel, set the background color, not background origin but background color, to black, transform, translate Y minus 50%, and the transition for all 0.6 seconds is. Let's save, and we have this line. Now for the buttons, display them as flex, a little margin at top which is 10 pixels, and the gap will be 20 pixels. Each button has a slider button class. Set the background color, not background origin again, but background color, set to transparent. We don't want any border, so set the border to none. Font size will be 18 pixels. Margin right 10 pixels. Cursor will be a pointer. Color 777, and the transition for the color 0.3 seconds. Let's save. Okay, better. Now when I want to hover on them, I want the color change and make them a little bit bigger. So a slider, button, hover, change the color to bar, dash dash, danger color, and transform, scale 1.1, and the transition for all 0.5 seconds is. Let's save, and great. Now I want to add a media query, which the max width will be 768 pixels. All I want to do is for the buttons, I want to add a margin at top, which is 5 rem. If I save and change the width, we can see that this margin is a little bit more than bigger scales. The buttons doesn't work for now because we need to add some functionality. So let's close this tab, we don't need this, and also this one. For the buttons, I want two functions. The first one, I name it handle previous, and I will pass the props here. Same for the next one, which I name it handle next, and the prop is next testimonial. Why they aren't matched? I typed it wrong. Testimonial. Okay, and for the buttons, I add on click event. This one is handle previous, and the second one on click handle next. Let's save, and when I click, we can see that the slides are changing. Okay, it's working, but something is missing, and that's the fade effect. We can see that there is no effect when we try to change the slides. Now I need to use a slate. The first element will be fade in, and the second one slate fade in. And let's import use a slate. And initially it will be false because we don't have any fade. And one more thing, which is use effect. So whenever the testimonial prop changes, this use effect will be triggered. As usual, I want an arrow function, curly braces, and empty array for dependency. Don't forget to import this use effect. All we need to do in this use effect is to update the current state, which will be true, and make sure to put the testimonial as the dependency. And inside these functions, I'll change the set fade in to false again. And instead of calling this function, I want to set timeout and pass the props and also a timer, which is 500 milliseconds. Same here for this function, set fade in to false and set timeout. We need our prop and also a timer. Now I want to show this class conditionally. So here I'll add the current state, which is fade in. If it's true, I want to show this class. Otherwise, nothing. Let's save. And if I change the slides, we can see that we have a beautiful effect for this slider. Okay, great. Now the next component is contact. So let's close this. And this one is extra. Let me get rid of that. And inside the components, a new folder, I name it contact, and inside 2 more files, contact.jsx and also contact.module.css. The basic component. Let's also import the styles. As usual, I'll create a section here, and this time the ID will be contact. Let's make the browser a little bit bigger. Okay, and the class name for this section, which is styles dot contact, and inside the section I want to reveal. Let's import it. Dot slash reveal and reveal file. Now inside this reveal I want a container, a div for the title, styles.title, h2 tag. The text will be get in, and inside the span touch. After this heading I want HR, and after this div I want another one. This one has 2 classes, backticks, $, styles, brackets, contact, form, and a grid class. Inside this grid there are 2 divs. The first one, let me show you here, is for this part, and the second div for this form. So class name is styles.content h3, and the text is let's connect, and the p tag which will be copied from here, and 2 more divs. The first one will be for this top, and the second one for this bottom. So let's add the class styles bracket contact wrapper, and copy this class and paste it for the next one. Now I need to import these icons, so let's search for them. The first one is TV phone call. Let's copy this one and import it. React icons /TB. And for the next one, search for outline mail, and let's copy this one and import it. Okay. Inside the first div, I want the TV phone call icon, and change the size to 50. I span call me and h3, some random numbers. For the next div, I want the icon, which is this one, and set the size to 50. Span will be email, and an A tag. For the href, use mail to and the random email. Just copy it and paste it inside. Now for this div, I want to add a heading, which is send me a message. And for this form, I want to create a new component because I don't want to make this component heavy and too complicated. So I save it. Let's just import this component in the app.js. And save. Close this one, and a new folder inside the contacts folder. I name it contacts form, and inside this folder I want contacts form.jsx file and another file for the style, contacts form.module.css. So here, create a component and import the styles. Let's save and switch the tabs. This is what we have at the moment. Let's add the style before working on the form. So in the contact module CSS, for the contact class, I want padding, top and bottom 5 rem, left and right 0. Title, text align will be center. Font size will be 1.5 rem. For the HR, set the width to 80 pixels, padding, top and bottom 0, left and right 30 pixels. Let's center it, so margin top and bottom 0, left and right auto, and the border 1 pixel, solid, and the color is black. Next one is title span. Change the color to war, danger color. Maybe we should have added a style for the title in our app CSS because we used it in different components, but it doesn't matter. Anyways, for the contact form, I want to change the grid template columns to repeat 2 times 1 fraction, and padding at top, which is 70 pixels. For the content, align self start. For the content, h3, increase the font size to 1.4 rem, and for the P, font size will be 20 pixels. Next class is contact wrapper. Display it as grid. Grid template columns will be 70 pixels for the left, and 280 pixels for the right. And create template rows. Repeat 2 times one fraction, and a little margin at bottom, which is 20 pixels. Let's save. And this is the result for now. Now for the contact wrapper, we want to target all the first shards. This shouldn't be contact, since that was the parent. Yes, it's content. Let's fix it. And here, for the grid row, I want to start from row 1 and span 2 rows. Set the line self to the center and justify self to the start and save. Now this looks much better. Maybe it's better to show you in the console what we did here. So if I select this part, we can see that the display is grid. We set the width of this icon to 70 pixels and for this side 280 pixels. Then we selected the first child, which is our icon. It started from row 1 and spanned 2 rows. Okay, let's continue. Let's target the span inside the contact wrapper. Change the font size to 20 pixels and font weight will be 600 for the H3 and the A tag. The font size will be 20 pixels and make it bolder. Set it to 700 and save. Now they are bolder now. Now for the heading, increase the font size to 1.4 rand. Margin bottom will be 20 pixels and save. And now it's time to add media queries. So media screen and max width. (768 pixels). All I need to do is to select the contact form and change the grid template columns to 1 fraction and save. And this heading must be bigger. Let me see if I added the class name. No, I didn't. So class name is styles dot heading and save. Yes. Now for the form, let's import it. So import contact form and save. Let's close this tab and also this one. Now it's time to create our form. What I want to return is actually the form. We don't want this action. I need a div and the class name is styles bracket form control. Let's copy this div since we need it 2 more times. So paste it 2 more times, and inside this div I want an input. For the first one, the type will be text. Set the name to name and a placeholder which is name. For the next one, I also need an input. The type will be email. Name is email and a placeholder which is also email. And for the last one, which is a text area, name will be message. I don't want this ID columns and rows. Set the placeholder to message and also add a class name for this, styles dot text area. Outside this div, I want a button. Add a class which is styles dot button, and the text will be send message. Let's save to see the result. Okay, we have an ugly form. This is stylus. For the form control, you want to select the end child odd. If you wonder why we do that, because at the moment each form control has an input for the first two ones, and for the last one there is a text area. But later I want to add a p tag in order to show an error message conditionally. That's why we select it this way. Set the font family to Josephine Sans, and fallback font will be sans serif. Font weight will be 500. Set the font size to 18 pixels. Border radius 5 pixels. Line height will be 22 pixels. For the border, 2 pixels. Solid, and the color will be gray. Set the padding to 13 pixels. Margin for bottom 15 pixels. Set the width to 100%. We don't want any outline. And box sizing, border box. Also transition to all 0.3 seconds. Now form control and end child, odd, and placeholder. Change the color to AAA. Let's save it. Okay, not bad. Let's continue. For the text area, set the height to 150 pixels. Line height will be 150%. And for the resize, I just want it to be vertical. So if I save, I can only resize it in a vertical way. Okay, good. Now for the button, set the font family to Josephine Sans, and fallback font will be sans serif. The width will be 110 pixels. Height 45 pixels. Background color black. And for the color white. Set the border radius to 5 pixels. Border 0. cursor will be pointer. Set the font size to 14 pixels. Padding top 15 pixels. Let's copy this for padding bottom and set the margin top -4 pixels and transition all 0.3 seconds. Let's save. And now we have a beautiful button. Now when I want to make it a little bit smaller on hover, so button, hover, transform, scale 0.98 and save. Let's see, it looks better now. Okay, now we want to assign some classes that will be added dynamically. And what I mean by that is this styles like this red border, this background, and this error class that change the color, and so on. This one is invalid and input, and invalid text area. I want the border 1 pixel solid, and for the color use danger color. And for the background color, not background origin, I want F and 5 this. For invalid, input focus, and invalid text area focus. I want to change the border color to FF8800. It's almost orange, and background color, I don't know why it's happening all the time. It should be background color. This color will be FBE8D2, and an error class which the color is var -- danger color. Now we want a media query which the max bits will be 600 pixels. I just want the button to have a bits of 100% on a small scale. Let's save. And if I change the width, we can see that we have a full width button and it's responsive. Okay, great. Now it's time to add some logic to this form. Let's back to Navbar Component, and here I need to use a state for each field in order to work with data and add some validation. So let's start. For the first one, which is the name input, I'll name the current index insert name, and the second element will be set insert name. Let's import, use a state. Don't forget to import it. And initially the value will be empty, meaning that we didn't type anything yet. For the next one, insert email, set insert email, use a state, and it's also empty. And the last one, which is the message, insert message, set insert message, and user state, which is initially empty. Now we want to do a two-way binding in order to get the value from each field. So in the first input, for the value prop, I'll set the current index, which for this input is insert name. The next input, the value will be insert email, and for the text area, the value is insert message. Let's also add an event to each one, and the event is on change. I'll name the function handle input change. I'll create this function in a second. Let's copy this one and paste it for this input, and also here. Now let's create this function handle input change. I pass the event as a parameter. Now I want to do an object structuring, and I want to extract the name and the value from event.target. Then I want to do some if checks. If name is equal to name, in other words, if the value and the name are equal, update the current state, which for this one is set insert name, and I want to update the value. Else if name is equal to email, I want to set insert email and take the new value. Also for the message, else if name is equal to message, set insert message and new value. If you don't get this function, it's totally okay, because I'm going to explain it in details once I add some data to the form. For now, let's add an event to the form, and the event is on submit. I want a function which I'll name it handle submit. Now I create this function const handle submit. I pass the event. To prevent sending HTTP requests, I'll add prevent default to the event and add some validation. I want to check if insert name, and I'll add a trim method to remove any white space. If insert name is empty, or insert email is empty, or insert message dot trim. If the message is empty, I want to return. So if any of these fields, if only one of them is empty, this function will prevent the form from submitting. But if the data past this check means all the fields are filled, I want to create an object for the data and name it form data. For the first property, the key will be the name, and the value is the current state, which is insert name. Next one is email, and the value is insert email. and the message, which the value is insert message. And I want to log this data. Console.log, and I pass the form data. Before I fill out the form, I want to turn off the autocomplete in each input. You don't have to do this. Okay, let's save and reload the page. I'll open the console and fill this form out. For the name, I just type test, email test@test.com, and for the message is just test. If I hit the button, we can see an object which is our data. This object is actually this form data. Now I want to explain this function as I promised. What we did here was actually an object structuring. We extracted the name and the value from the event target. And each time we check the name and the value. This function will be called on every key scroll, whenever the inputs change. In other words, whenever we type in these inputs, this function will be called. Let me prove it to you. So here, I'll just console log a hello. And let's comment this out to have one log in the console and reload. If I start to type, we can see this hello here. If I type more, this hello will be logged again. And if you still don't know the name and the value come from, I can explain it more in the console. So in order to do that, let's log the event. Let's save and reload again. If I type something here, we can see this event. Let me maximize this. This event has many properties, which one of them is target. And inside the target, there is a name here, which is the key, and the value. Each time we are checking the name and the value. And for this input, the value is the name. I hope that's clear. Now let's get rid of this console log and log our data. I save and reload the page. Let me fill this out. So test.com and test. And I hit the button and we have our data. But there is an issue here. When I hit the button, I want to clear the inputs and all the fields. And that's very easy to do. All you need to do is set the values back to empty. For example, set insert name empty, set insert email empty, and also set insert message empty. If I save and reload the page, so test2, this one is email, test2 gmail.com, and some content. I hit the button and the fields are cleared. and we still have our data. Now I want to add some errors if the users try to submit the form with empty fields. So after this function, I'll create a new one, name it is field invalid, and as an argument I pass the field name. Now I want to check if field name is equal to name. I want to return insert name dot trim is empty if field name is equal to email. Return. I want to check if either the insert email dot trim is empty or exclamation mark insert email does not include @ and for the message, if field name is equal to message insert message dot trim is empty. If these are true, the return will be true, otherwise I want to return false. Now to each phone control I want to add a class if this function is true to show some errors. For the first one, let's surround it with backticks to add more logic. A $, and let's wrap this one, and $. If this field is invalid, and for the field name I pass the name. This time I don't want to use question mark, I want to do it in a shorter way. If it's invalid, I want to add styles dot invalid. Let's copy this and for this one and also this one, let's select it together and paste and save. We can see this style. We need to change the field names. This one is email and this is the message. Let's save. Let's also add an error message. So for the first one, right after the input, I want to show an error message only if the input is invalid. So curly braces is field invalid and the field name for this is name, and we want to show a paragraph or p tag which has a class name styles dot error, and for the text, please enter your name. Let's copy this one and after this input I paste it, change the field name to email, and for the text, please enter a valid email address. and paste it one more time after the text area. Change the field name to message, and for the text, please enter your message. Let's save. And we can see the errors. We should have a red border, which we don't right now. Let's check the style. The border is danger color. Just add an important to make sure that it works. Let's save, and yes, we have a red border. As you can see, there is an issue here. Let me refresh the page. The errors are showing even when we didn't type anything. To fix this, we need one more state. For this one, it will be touched fields set touched fields and use a state, and initially it's an empty bracket, empty array. It means no field is touched when the component is first rendered. Now, in this function, we need to add more. We want to return if the inter name is empty and touch fields includes field name. Let's copy this and let's put this in a parentheses. And for this one, now let's save, and we can see that errors go away. We want to show the errors if the user tries to submit the form with empty fields. To make sure that the errors are displayed, we need to update the current state, the touch fields, which is initially an empty array. So in the handle submit, set touch fields and add the field names. The first one is name, email, and message. Let's save and reload. If I submit the form, we can see the errors. I also want to show the error if the user clicked on this input and then clicked outside, or in other words, if the fields are touched. We need to add another event to our fields. For this input, the event is on blur. Let's name the function handle inputs blur. Let's copy this one and paste it here, and also for this text area. Now let's create this function. After this one, const handle inputs blur, event as the parameter, and I want to pull out the name from events.targets, and I want to check if exclamation mark touched fields includes name, and for the set touched fields When I want to pass another function, I set the prev fields as our previous state, and I want to create a new array and use the spread operator to take all the elements from the previous state and append the name at the end of it. Now let's save and reload the page. If I touch the fields and click outside, we can see the error. And it's the same for all of them. That's great. And the functionality is still working. Just to make sure, let's fill out this form again. I'll open the console and start to type. As soon as we start to type, the error goes away. For the name input, for the email, test, and if I add sign, the error goes away. And for the message, if I start to type, we see no error. Let's submit this. We have our data and we have still the errors. We don't want these errors when we submit the form, so we need to empty the array. So here, set touched fields an empty array and save. Let's reload. Just to see the error again, I submit the empty fields. And if I submit the form, we have our data and no errors. And that's great. Now I can see that the cursor is changing. This is probably because of the width of this div. Let's see in the console. Yes, the width is a little big for this one. We can fix it now. Let's open the content module CSS, and we can decrease this one, but before, let's add a background color to see the width. Let's save. Let's change it to 200. I think it's okay, but you can change the value if you want. Let's get rid of this one and save. And that's it for this component. Now I want to create a footer, which is this one. Let's get rid of this arrow. And as usual, I close these tabs. And inside the components, I'll create a new folder, name it footer. Inside this folder, I'll create two files, footer.j6 and footer.module.css. Let's create a basic component and import the styles. Instead of this div, I want a footer. Let's give it a class name. Style.footer. A container. I want a div as a parent. The class name for this is styles.flex. And inside, I want a div for this part, a UL for our links, and another div for our icons. So for the first one, a p tag, ampersand, copy, semicolon, 2023 by, you can type your name, alright, reserved, a UL tag, I want 5 allies, and for each one I want an A tag. You can create a new component for these links and map through them, but I want to keep it simple even though it's not even necessary. For the first one, it will navigate to the home section. Second one is about. Next one is skills. After that, we have portfolio. I named projects here, but it's okay. If you want to add the testimonial link in the footer, you can do that as well. So let's copy this one, and instead of portfolio, we want testimonial. And last but not least is contact. After this UL, a div for our icons, and let's give it a class name, style starts, icons. We need to import them, so in the search bar, search for BS GitHub. It doesn't let me type. Let's copy and import it from React icons and BS folder. Let's search for other icons, LinkedIn, copy and paste it. Also for Instagram, copy this one, paste, and another one which is Twitter, copy and paste. And let's close this up, and inside this div, an A tag, it doesn't go anywhere. To get rid of this warning, I'll add a forward slash here. Add the icon, the first one is GitHub, and change the size to 30. Copy this and paste 3 times. Change the names. This one is Instagram. For this one, LinkedIn and Twitter. Let's save it and import this component in our app.js. After this main tag, I want a footer. Make sure to import it. Let's save and switch the tab. I reload the page. And here we have the footer, which needs some style. For the footer, I'll add a border at top 1 pixel, solid, and the text color is C7, E8, E9. Padding, top and bottom 4 rem, left and right 0. Next one is flex. Let's display it as flex. Justify content, center. Align items, center. For the UL, I want to center it by setting the margin top and bottom 0, left and right also, and text align start. For the li, margin bottom 10 pixels. Let's target the A tags. Transition, color 0.5 seconds. I want to change the color on hover, so footer ULI A hover. I want to change the color to var -- danger color. And for the icons, LCD margin on left, which is 15 pixels. Let's save. Okay, nice. To make it responsive, I want to use media queries, media and max speed, which is 768 pixels. Flex, I want to change the direction to column reverse because I want icons on top, and center the text. And for the UL, I want them in a row, so set the display to flex. And for the LI, margin top 20 pixels, bottom 5 pixels, left and right 10 pixels. Let's save and resize the browser, and that's very good. Now for the last component, which is this back to top button or scroll top, I want to create a new folder inside the components folder. I'll name it back to top. You can name it a scroll top or whatever you want. Let's create the files. Back to top JS6 and back to top dot module dot CSS. RAFC and import the styles. What I want to return is a button. The class name is styles.button, and we need this arrow icon. We should have kept open the React icons. Actually, I have it in another window, so search for hi arrow . I want to select this icon. Now I don't need it anymore. Let's import it from React icons and HI folder. Now inside the button, I add the icon, change the size to 20, and class name styles.icon. Now let's style this button. Button position will be fixed. Bottom 30 pixels, right 30 pixels, no border and no outline. Background color will be var dash dash dark color and set the color to black. Change the cursor to a pointer. Padding will be 15 pixels, width 50 pixels, height also 50 pixels. I want the shape to be a circle, so set the border radius to 50%. Set the opacity to 0. I will add another class and set the opacity back to 1 to show it conditionally. And for the Z and X, set to 99. I want to change the background color on hover. Change it to var dash dash bg dash dark and transition all 0.3 seconds. Another class is show, which will set the opacity to 1. Also transition to the opacity 0.3 seconds, easy. And for the icon, change the font weight to bold and the color will be white. Let's import this component in the app.js. Right after the footer, I want a back to top component. Make sure to import it. At the moment, we can't see the button, even if I try to reload. It's not showing up because I set the opacity to 0. If I comment this out temporarily, the button is showing, but it doesn't have any logic to scroll top. And there is another problem here. If I scroll top, we can see this button is visible everywhere. I want this button to be visible when I scroll down and reach to a specific spot. Like in the final project, we can see that the button is not showing, but when I scroll down, this button appears. So let's actually set opacity back to 0 and add the logic here. To show and hide the button, I want to use the state. So const show button set show button, and let's import the user state, and it's initially false. It's initially hidden. Now create a function. I'll name it handle scroll. I want to check if window dot page y offset is bigger than 500. It means that we scroll down more than 500, and if we saw, I want to show the button, so I change it to true. Else set show button false. Now I want to add an event listener to the window to listen to these changes, and I want to add this event listener inside the use effect. So let's import it, an arrow function, curly braces, and array for dependencies. Window dot add event listener, and the event is scroll, and I want to pass the handle scroll function. For the return, I want to remove this event listener. So we do the opposite. Window dot remove event listener. I want to remove the scroll event, and I pass the function which is underscore. Now I want to add a class conditionally. So for this class name, let's round it with curly braces and put it inside the backticks. I want $sign here and another one. If our current state is true, I want to add styles.show class, otherwise nothing. Let's save and see the button. It's not showing, maybe it's the show class and it's the same. Let's scroll. Now we can see it. We needed to scroll. Okay, at the moment it can scroll to the top because we need to add an event listener, but when we scroll top, we can see that this button disappears, and that's because we added this if statement. In case if you don't know how it works, let me show in the console. So I want to log window dot page y offset. Let me save this and open the console. As soon as I try to scroll down, we can see we have some numbers here. If I try to scroll down again, now we reach to the 500. If I scroll down more, we can see this button because we scrolled more than 500 and we set it here. That's a condition. If it's less than 500 or equal to 100, we can see it. But if it's more, it shows up. And that's how it works. Let's get rid of this console log. Let's add an event to the button so we can scroll top. So for the button, after this use effect, I want a new function. I'll name it scroll to top window dot scroll to. It takes an object. For the first property, the key is top and the value is 0, and I want to set the behavior to smooth. Now let's add the event to the button. The event is onClick and the function is scroll to top. Let's save and see if it works. If I click, we can scroll top. We can see it on mobile view. Back to top. These are our links. Okay. Looks good. And one thing, here for the links, they are outside the container. To fix this, in the footer module CSS, in the media queries, for the UL, set the flex wrap to wrap. And one more thing, justify content center. Okay, great. Okay guys, that's it for this video. I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for watching.